Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Damayanti. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Pasha, give me a singer now. Oh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Puranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Shri Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Radhika Giridhari ki jai, Janmashtami Mahotsava ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Bhaktarinda ki jai. What's that? Kom aan, genoeg.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, O Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. O Jaya Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhika. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Premanande Haribo. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava ki.
Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Gaura Bhaktarinda ki jai. Hare Krishna. So the schedule for tonight is in half an hour at 9 o'clock. We will have the evening lecture Katha by Ramananda Gopal Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So he's very lively, so he'll keep us awake for at least 1 hour. And then around 10 p.m. we will have a slideshow about the global Krishna Darshan. So it's going to be a journey throughout the whole world of ISKCON and also many ancient traditional temples. We'll have a slideshow Global Krishna Darshan from 10 p.m. until probably 10:45. And then we can build up the kirtan because at 11:30 will be the final arati. So 11:30 will be the final arati, and then we have half an hour kirtan arati until midnight, and then at midnight we will have the prasadam feast. So that's the schedule for tonight. Please absorb yourselves into the chanting of the holy name. Stay awake, and if you feel tired, just stand up and jump. And if you are a little bit too tired from fasting as well, drink at least some water. It's better to be engaged in the chanting than to be suffering from fasting. So, Hare Krishna. So if you are inspired, we have also 3 sections where you can help us. We need especially for serving prasadam, if you're inspired, if you maybe already have broken the fast, if you're not fasting, then you can help us serve prasadam for those who have been fasting until midnight. And then also we need in 2 sections more helpers in the temple room afterwards, after the prasadam, maybe at around 1 o'clock. We will clean up again and prepare, because tomorrow is Srila Prabhupada's 126th Vyasa Puja ceremony. And also in the kitchen, we need a few more helpers to finish cleaning up. The cooking is almost done, and it looks pretty clean actually, but still there's some remaining pots. And also after the feast is finished here, all of those pots need to be washed. So if you're inspired to get some special mercy on this special day, don't miss the chance.
Hare Krishna. So maybe we can do it like this, like hands up whoever is inspired to serve prasada. Okay, Mohini Shakti Mataji, Binoit Prabhu, Maria Mataji. Okay, Prabhuji, Gomohanji, and Prabhuji. Jai. Okay. So please remember yourselves. Okay, who is inspired to clean the temple room after taking the feast? Uda, oh, Sadi Prabhu. our dear temple president, Govinda Prabhu, Prabhuji, Shyam Sundar Prabhu, I remember the name, and Prabhuji Jai. Okay. Last thing and most merciful, most important, who is inspired to clean in the kitchen after the feast? Hari Prabhu, Jai. Madhu Prabhu ki Jai. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. So, anything else?
Shri Krishna Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava ki Jai. Shri Radhika Giridhari ki Jai. Shri Lakshmi Singh Bhagwan ki Jai. Madhu, willst du einen Bhajan machen? Klar. Alles klar, das kannst du schon. Das ist im Herzen drin. Ein Bhajan.
Ich glaube, es stimmt alles nicht. I don't think I can make it. Ich krieg die Melodie nicht hin. Ich krieg's ja nicht hin. Voll peinlich. Ja. Das stimmt. Ja. Ganz einfach. Vielen Dank. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Bol. So, Hare Krishna. We tend to have some kadana about Krishna. But everybody's gone. I mean, except great souls. Demigods are still here. Okay, so whoever wanna leave, go now. Der geht doch jetzt eh noch. Er hat hier ein Loch ja, brauchen wir keinen hier zusammen. Let's talk, let's just talk. Let's just, Matu schlechter, komm, it's okay. Let's just talk. Okay, so Hare Krishna. I know it's Janmashtami. Most of you have fasted. Who had fasted? Hands up. Hands down if you drank water. Doesn't matter. I know it's Janmashtami. It's late at night. Oh, there's my friend. Uman. Uman, you want to sit down and have some kada with us? We just had some talk before we came here. Mataji also come in. Otherwise, you have to go to the rain. It's okay when we speak English. Yes. Udavanand, Hare Krishna. So if you like, you can come closer because it's very quickly get chilly outside. Or you go immediately outside in the rain. Yeah, he chooses this way. We're always free. So it's Janmashtami, and we are here. Why we come here together actually? What's the significance of this Janmashtami Eve? I just keep you entertained. Oh, there's a lady raising her arm. Hare Krishna. Maybe somebody can translate. Do we have somebody who can translate for in German? Because most of the people understand English and don't speak. Whoa! Whoa! This is the spirit of Janmashtami Eve, right? Hare Krishna. What's your good name? Yeah? Ananda. And the name of the friend? Hare Krishna, was ist dein Name? Was? Sami. Hare Krishna Sami. Willkommen. Wir haben hier, wir feiern heute Weihnachten, sozusagen. We're celebrating Christmas today, tonight. Is the consul already gone? He mostly will come back for the feast, huh? That's the spirit of Janmashtami. Okay, so again, back to my question. What is the significance of this night? Oh, this was too much. Who? Appearance of Krishna. So, how did Krishna appear? In a cave. So there was a cave and there was Krishna, like Babaji. What's his name? Haidakant Babaji. He just appeared in a cave. No. In jail, yeah, in jail. So why he was in jail? Did he did something naughty? They already said he will steal butter all the time, so we put him in jail.
It was forecasted that he is gonna be the Supreme Lord, and his mama didn't want him.
Who? Oh, different opinions. Who's Kamsa? Huh? Oh, now you speak German. Okay. Yeah, Bruder means the brother of Devaki. Yes. And who's Devaki? Krishna's mother, yeah. And so she was in jail as well? Alone? With Vasudev. Otherwise, you would say there could be not a child. But Krishna came differently, right? So they were in a jail by Kamsa. Because why was Kamsa putting his sister in the jail? He was afraid. Why he was afraid? He was a strong king. What he was afraid of?
He heard a voice that the eighth son of his sister will kill him.
He heard a voice from a bottle. Oh, from the sky. From the sky. Yeah, he heard the voice. When? Which occasion was it when he heard this voice? The marriage of whom? Devaki. My goodness, I have to get everything out of you. Of Devaki, his sister, marriage day, and he drove the chariot, as is the custom. The elder brother in India, right? Your older brother drove you home to your parents-in-law house? Yes. With a big fancy car? Or Tata? Tata Sumo, something, yeah. Oh, you married? No. I thought he knows. That's your husband.
He's my brother and he's one.
Oh, this is the husband. Hare Krishna, welcome. Nice to see you. Where you come from?
Here or in India?
Here?
Nuremberg.
Oh, Nuremberg. And in India?
Mumbai.
Mumbai. Good. Hare Krishna. So yeah, you had your brother drove you with a fancy car, and then he turned on the radio, and they heard like a voice from the radio. Hello, you fool! Me? Yes, you, Kamsa. Oh, the radio speaks to me, right? Says, you fool, you carry your destiny with you, because the fruit, Hare Krishna Prabhu, the eighth fruit of your sister will be the cause of your death. Immediately he put the radio out, and thought, what should I do? So he stopped the car and grabbed the hair of his sister and took his sword. In these days, they still carried swords. It's not allowed anymore. So, and he was about to just behead his sister. And Vasudev, he was a diplomat, a minister, right? And he thought, my goodness, what should I do? I have, in weddings, mostly you get these fake swords. I got a fake sword for my mother-in-law. Was not really, you could not harm anybody. So for wedding, yes, I have this fake sword, but he has a right sword. What should I do? So he started to use diplomacy to kind of talk him out of this, what he tended to do, to kill Devaki, right? And he was very clever, used all kinds of logical tricks and philosophical points to kind of convince Kamsa. And we heard already in the morning from Ananda Krishna about this, that he was successful with that. Still, Kamsa was thinking he didn't trust the whole thing. He never forgot the voice out of the ether, right? And then, of course, he had his ministers. And Kamsa was in this time the king of the demons. So now, of course, when we hear demons, we always think like people with long spiky teeth and copper red eyes and red hair. They may sometimes look like that. Internally, they look like that, right? But outside, they probably look very smart, and they use all reason, they use all argument to get their things done. And they thought, oh my goodness, now our dear leader became weak. He somehow became compassionate. Because even when the first child was born, this was Vasudev's promise, what he said, if the eighth child is born, whenever a child is born, I will give it to you. So you can handle it wherever you like. So he said, okay, the first child was born, and Vasudev didn't know really. He thought, okay, give it to Kamsa. And Kamsa saw this little child, And when you see a little child, Advaita, what do you think? When you see a little child, what do you think? Oh, you know. And when Advaita thinks already like that, demons whose heart is very hard, when they see something what is so cute, they immediately become softened. You know, that's immediately, you can't, therefore, I mean, I really believe that Krishna made children very, very cute. Because otherwise nobody would care. Nobody would care about children if they would not be so cute, isn't it? Ananda, what do you think? Yeah, he's just the father of a very cute little boy. So and even then comes the thought, okay, now that's you know, that's it. It's the first child. What's the big deal, right? Let's wait for the 8th child. Okay, Vasudev, come on, take it, everything fine. And the minister was thinking, he's like coming compassion. What is this? What is this? And then they came with some reason and logic, and they said, by the way, when you have a flower, which one is the 8th petal of a flower with 8 petals? Which one is the 8th one? Right? So, yeah, right. You cannot really say where is Tota count, right? And so comes the thought, okay, let's make it a safe deal, kill them all. And he did, one after another. He killed them all. All right? And then, of course, the 8th child was born. And this was Krishna. But he was not born like little Ram here, coming out of the mother. He first appeared outside of Devaki as Vishnu. Well, now you can say, okay, that's a myth. You know, it sounds all like it's a little bit a myth. You know, everybody can say this. Who actually was there? Vasudeva and Devaki. They're the only witnesses. So you know how this can be proven. You know, and that's the beauty of Krishna, that he leaves us always a way out. He always leaves us a way out to believe or not to believe. Right? And this is, in this way, he gives the highest principle in the universe is what? Huh? Well, yes, but even for love, you need this principle. Yeah, freedom. You need freedom, the freedom to choose. And this is what Krishna always gives us. He gives us the freedom, the ability to choose for him or not for him. You know, and this is the challenge what we have to face every day, even as devotees. You know, each and every mantra we can choose: do I chant it for Krishna, or I chant it for myself? Right? Do I do it as an offering for somebody else, or do it as an offering for me? Right? And this is our decision all the time. So people who not really want belief, they think, oh, it's just a myth. And people who not really want belief, they think, okay, Krishna is just, you know, it's a famous personality in Indian history. Like in Germanic history, you have the ring the Nibelungen, the ring of the Nibelungen, right? And they have what are the famous figures there? Der Siegfried. Ja, wo ich herkomme, würde man sagen, der Siegfried. Und Roy. No. What is this? What is the other? What is the other? Nobody knows the lady. Brunhilde. Yes, Brunhilde. Brunhilde and so forth. And there's also monsters and something like that. But this is not considered a fact, right? This is considered a myth. Nobody believes it. There's some truth in it. So some say even this Krishna is just some kind of personality who became famous. And then at one point he was raised in the position of a god. But anyway, we have so many gods, do we? Right? So why Krishna? Why make a big fuss out of Krishna? What do you think, my dear nowadays Indian bodied guests? Why Krishna? He's Parabrahma. Okay, so what does it mean? Can we maybe close the door a little bit? The rain is so. Oh, he's older than Brahma. Okay. Just see how it's befit. But you see how befitting it is. In the night when Krishna was born, what happened? Rain, right? Rain came, and then what happened? What happened with Vasudev? Yeah, but first what happened? His hand shackles, you say shackles, fell off, right? Automatically. Well, it's just a myth, who can prove it? And then the doors, they opened. And what happened to the gods? They fell asleep, Very good, fortunate, situation, right? Some higher arrangement. And then there again was a voice out of the radio, out of the ether, who said, go to Nandamarsh, go to Gokul. Yeah, so now, Uddhava Ananda, if I tell you there's a bus in Waldkirchen, maybe you bring your little Damodar, you bring him to Waldkirchen in this rain, would you do it? No, but because you're safe here in the Hare Krishna temple, right? The Singadev. You would call Pasha and get me a ride. Right. But in this time, of course, Vasudev, he was desperate and he knew if he will not find a way to save this little boy, it will be killed. But this little boy made already all arrangements. He put the gods to sleep, he opened the shackles and he opened the doors. And then they went out and there was outside was what? Rain, yeah, and storm. So therefore it's befitting. I think we should all make a Harinam outside, or just for Krishna's sake. And but why actually come back to the question, why Krishna? What makes Krishna so special? You have the Parabrahman. So he is the oldest of all. He's even older than Brahma. But what makes it so special? Is it? I mean, that's also Vishnu, or? So what is the 6 opulences? Renunciation, fame, knowledge, politic? No, okay, let's get it together, come. He is the most attractive, he's the most wealthy, he's the most powerful, he's the most knowledgeable, renunciation and fame. Prabhupada always says, if you have this 6 qualities in one person, you can call yourself God. And she's laughing. Yes. Right? But in Vishnu, that's also there. Right? In Narayan, he's also have all these features. Right? But so why Krishna? Why does Hare Krishnas make such a fuss over Krishna? Oh? What's about Durga? What's about Ganesh? Who likes Ganesh? Everybody likes Ganesh. Who likes Hanuman? Wow! So that's also, they are very, very famous, and what's so special about this Krishna? After all, he didn't behave always nicely. Right? He was going to the other kids, especially when they were babies, and put water in their ears. And he pinched them till they cried, and then he left. So what's the big deal about him? I'm the boss. I'm the creator. Yeah, but Brahma could also say this. You're right, yeah. He's kind of one of us. So meaning, you would go to little children and pinch them till they cry. Did I get you right? Okay. So therefore we accept him as God because he is one of us. There was years ago, I think it was in the 80s, I don't know who still was alive already in this time. This was song, what if God is one of us? You remember? You see the 80s kids, right? Yeah, so he's just, and therefore we worship him as God. I mean, you're all right. But what is so special about Krishna?
Because he's the supreme personality of God himself. He's not like reincarnation, whatever, but he's like God himself.
So, but who says this? Srila Prabhupada, yes. So what does it mean? Okay, and this all results in what? Yeah, and this all attractiveness results in what?
Personal relation.
Personal relation. You have a personal relation to your boss, right?
Yes.
So, do you accept him as God? So what?
And so many Vedic literatures has been said that Krishna is the supreme personality. He has all opulences. He is the only enjoyer. He lives everywhere. So it's all proven there.
Yeah, but this also about other gods and demigods would be also said. If you read different Puranas, they said that Shiva is supreme. But still, what is missing? Shri Shri Parad Lakshmi Shingadev Bhagavan ki jai, Shri Akasya Prabhu ki jai. What is missing? I mean, taking what you said is all right. You didn't say anything wrong. I just wanna churn something very special out of this night, huh? Yeah, but the basis of this is what? Bhakti. What means bhakti? Peace. Bhakti means love. And this is such a word nowadays, love. Again, from the 70s. Ooh, love hurts. I think it was, anyway. Yeah, right? So what is love? We use this word so casually. What means love? Huh? I told you in the afternoon, remember. I told you in the afternoon, remember. Huh? Selfless service. Yeah, love means something that comes automatically out of you. You know, this is there, what is there already and what comes out of you. Because the person or the situation you're dealing with forces, or not forces, it attracts it out of you. You know, and Vrindavan, Leela, is the place where everything is based on that love. And this love is so divine that you can say the whole universe, and not only the universe, the spiritual world, the core of all existence is a loving relationship. And that's all what there is, and that's all what there will be, and this is all what do we need. There's this love. Everything centered around Krishna is centered out of love toward him. Right? And even if Krishna is a prankster, even if he steals butter, what he attracts out of the people is love. Because he goes to the neighboring houses and steals the butter. And then they go to Mother Yashoda and complain that Krishna steals the butter.
And she says, okay, I will tell Krishna he should not steal the butter anymore. I will lock him in the house. I said, no, don't do this. It's okay, actually. It's okay. It's okay, because we feel happy if he comes to our house. Right? I mean, you probably have not a very good relationship with, I mean, it's a rude example, but with Chancellor Scholz or Madhu. But if he would come to your house, you would still kind of make an effort to let him welcome. No. I mean, you know, somebody comes to your house, so you make an effort to welcome him, even if it's some sort of disturbing. But because Krishna, he is so attractive to everybody, so he made it relevant. He is so relevant for all people in Vrindavan because he is the center of their love. He attracts, because he's all attractive, he attracts that what is most precious to us out of our hearts. And that's love. And he can milk this, like the cow herds, they milk the cows. They milk the nectar out of the cow, right? What is milk? And out of this milk, so many things is created. Like yogurt, out of yogurt you make what? Butter, out of butter you make ghee. Ghee is used for so many things, for cooking, for arti, for sacrificial fire, for Ayurveda, for medicine, right? So you can say that's the pure love of the cow. And it is like that, because the cow, she gives this to the calves, and the people, or the entities, she accepts as her children, like humans. Right? The mother cow gives milk much more than the calf can drink, because she knows she has more children than just her calf, and these are the humans. So therefore we see her as mother. Right? And the thing what is in all of us, what we made out of us, what is this? Our hardware. Okay? So, and then inside our hardware we have what? Software, yes. But does it work together? Huh? Sometimes. Does it work? When does it work together? When your computer, you have the hardware, you have the software. When does it start to work? Huh? When you integrate, you mean when you put the software inside? But even this you cannot do if one thing is missing. Huh? There is no communication if this one thing is living. Huh? There is electricity. You need to have this running, you need electricity. And to keep a body running, you need, as you say, consciousness. And this consciousness is unique. That's our soul, that's our Atma. You know, most of us when we refer, okay, who has a soul? Hands up, who has a soul? There's some who don't have a soul. That's interesting. Okay, what does this guy want? You know, who has a soul? And now raise your hand if you are the soul. That's a difference. Because most of us, we say, oh, it's so pleasing for my soul. I need this. I need in German say, die Seele mal baumeln lassen, oder? I always think, how does it look? Die Seele mal baumeln lassen. You know, so we think the soul is some feature what we got. But then still, who is this we? No, we are the soul, we have a body, and we have a software, right? And with the software, this body and this hardware and the software, they work nicely together as a conscious being. In this way, we are devices, right? But what is most, what is the connection between all of us is what? Again, what do you have with your boss? Relationship, yeah. So we all together in fact of a relationship. Some coming here for many, many years, like Madhupati, for example. He knows this temple community since many, many years. Since many, many years, he saw devotees coming and going, some staying, some leaving, whatever. So there's a relationship. And as soon he comes, he is accepted as one of us, right? Some of us are here for the first time, like your friend, right? And so everybody is still thinking, okay, so let's see how he is. Of course, we don't look the whole time and watch him, but you see when somebody comes in, how he planned in. When there's a kirtan, will he be one of the, stand aside, think, oh, that's strange. I'm not gonna move. Not gonna move. I go in the darkest corner. Or is he one of them, who really go into the dancing, raising his arm and chanting, Hare Krishna! Here I am! Rock you like a hurricane. Right? So this relationship, it's the basis of our community. And of our community, I don't mean only the Simhachalam community. I mean the bigger community goes to even to Czech, goes to Regensburg, goes to Nuremberg, goes to Munich, of course, and goes actually all around in Europe and goes all around the world. We have in a few days, we have Brahmotsava, the installation ceremony of Nrsingadev, so people will come from all over the world. No, they announced already, and we getting a little bit nervous. So that's relationship. When you have matter, matter is formed because of what? What is the basis of matter? Udvanand, you scientist, or? What's the basis of matter? You super scientist, yes. But the most would say atoms, right? Atoms. And in this between these atoms there is a bond. What is this bond? Similarity. So some similar atoms, they flock together, right? And in this way they're forming matter. And if you look closely, what is this function, what binds them together, is of course they're vibrating on a certain level. And because of this vibration they come together. And they form units. This unit is called a good vibration, yeah, good vibes. No, it's called, chemicals would say, a molecule, yes, a molecule. And then this molecule, they come together, many of them, and they become wood, and they become a harmonium, right? And this harmonium gets a new higher purpose even. It is able to make musician, right? So similar way, as a community has a certain kind of vibe, a vibration. They flock together because they have the same vibration. And we may say, what is our vibrational vibe? What is our vibe? What makes us into a community? Krishna, yes. This person we celebrate now here. Because of him, we are all here. Right? And most of us, we come here for what? To celebrate? Yeah. How do we celebrate? How you celebrate somebody you really love? What? Oh, present, yeah. A present. Or you do something for him. You make, for example, a cake. Yeah, you make a big cake. You make a feast. Wow, it's getting even. We have presents, we have cakes, we have feast. What else?
Some nice words.
Some nice words, yeah. Tell him something nice. Tell him something nice. Tell him how strong is your relationship. Right? When we do marriage ceremonies in the in the very end, they're standing in front of the altar, and I always encourage them to say something to each other, make kind of a promise, open their heart and make a promise, tell to this person why you really want to be with that person. You know, why, you know. And this, in this very significant moment, because emotions are very high and intelligence is very low. Oh, therefore we get married, right? We want to experience emotions. And we always think, you know, we always consider emotions something inferior. No, it's something less. How you say? Inferior, yeah. And intelligence always considered something superior, yes, superior. Right? This was our reaction. We laughed when we heard intelligence is low and emotions are high. But actually, what intelligence brings us out, brings us closer to Krishna. Does intelligence bring us out or bring us closer to Krishna? No intelligence? Huh? No intelligence? Huh? Some degree. Who said this? To some degree, of course, intelligence is useful, right? Same time when you married to somebody, you know, you also consider, you use your intelligence to consider, but beforehand, you know, because on the day of the wedding, we say in German, the Hochzeit. Advaita said also tomorrow in the class. Was tomorrow? The Hochzeit. Yesterday. Oh, yesterday. Yes, yesterday. Confused. The Hochzeit is where we really let the emotions be controlling. And because these emotions, they bind us together, and these emotions, they enable a samskara to go deep. Because intelligence never goes deep. Intelligence stays mostly here. But when the intelligence comes some emotions with it, and it goes deep. You know, you see all these smoking cigarette boxes with all these graphic pictures on it where you see a deteriorated lung or something. So, you know, I don't know. I don't look at them because there's no need for me. But there is so much information how harmful smoking is. And still people buying this. I still don't know how they can, you know, you really have to dive deep in ignorance to ignore these pictures and these informations on it, right? But people do, they smoke. They're happy because they want to look cool. You know, when they're out for partying, when the next morning coughing yellow in the sink, then it's not so cool anymore. And even more is it if you had an uncle or granddad or father or some relative who died because of such lung cancer. I know a person, his grandfather died because of lung cancer. And he was suffering, he was vomiting blood, and in the end he was coughing blood, right? And so this information that smoking is harmful, together with some deep emotion, made you really cut off. You don't want to smoke, you know. This makes it very deep. It becomes a samskara, some deep imprint. So with this deep imprints, we try. Or we covered all around in our lives. We have these imprints, samskaras. And some samskaras, they're binding us on the material world. Like most samskaras I've been growing up, they're completely samskaras what bind me. I don't want to share it with you because I don't want that you have the same experience, right? But samskaras who are actually liberating, they are samskaras who brings us closer to Krishna, brings us closer to divinity, right? And this can happen, of course, if you're in association with people who vibe on a spiritual level, right? Because they can give you a spiritual samskara and spiritual imprint, right? And this is something what happened here. You know, we see so many things, and amongst these things, there are so many dirty things. But when we see Abhishek, We see the Lord is, this ingredient, the nectar is sliding down on the Lord's body, this kind of purifying our vision. No, it's wiped away, it's scraped away so many dirty things what we saw. Right? And this is a spiritual impression. We see Jagannath riding on his chariot, going through the streets of any city now, by the grace of Srila Prabhupada, in any major city, and even in not so major cities, the Lord of the universe comes out and goes around. In Jagannath Puri, white people are not allowed to enter into the temple. Why? Why they not allowed to enter in the temple? They are Muchi, yes, but this argument doesn't really stand anymore because but why? It's all true. There's some of the common understanding, but even this would not stand any way today anymore because so many Indians also eating meat, so many Indians also whatever, but still they can come in because of their skin color, right? Huh? Bodily conception of life, yeah, maybe, but I tell you, there is a hidden Shastra in Orissa, and in this Shastra it predicts that Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra will be stolen by foreigners. And there's a Chananiwas Prabhu who told the story, and he said that he believes Russians will do it. The Russians will do it. They will steal Jagannath. And this is the main reason. Because they know there's something special about this Western Vaishnavas. Remember the story of Banga Bihari in Vrindavan. Who knows Banga Bihari? Banga Bihari ki jai. Right? That's a deity. He's standing there. And it's so crowded, you can say actually it's the most crowded temple in Vrindavan, right? So much happening there. And then they open the curtain, Shri Paragovinda ki jai! And everyone's jai, jai, jai! And then they say, and they're closing again. And then again, after some while, they're collecting all the garlands, all the offerings, and they bring it behind the altar, and then the Pandachi comes again, Shri Paragovinda ki jai! And it opens again. Everybody, jai, jai, jai! And then it closes again. Because the story is, there was once in the crowd, when they keep the curtain open for longer, there was once a very special devotee. He had so much love that Banga Bihari saw this devotee and said, oh, that's my Bhakta. I will go with him. And that's Krishna's feature. He is controlled by the love of his devotees. Remember that. So he went with him. And then the Pandas, they were like, oh, where's Banga Bihari? There's no Banga Bihari. And they searched the whole night, the whole day, they searched everywhere. And then they found his devotees and they asked him, please convince Banga Bihari that he comes back. So because his devotee, he begged Banga Bihari, please go back to the temple. It's like, you in my heart, we always together, and please go back because so many more people will have darshan of you, and I want that you be famous. So Banga Bihari went back on the temple. But now the Pandas are very clever. Only short while they're opening, and then they close again. That Banga Bihari cannot see so many devotees around, right? So they know also Jagannath, when he sees that all these Western devotees, they're coming, he may think, I want to go with them. So therefore they don't let him inside. But here's a secret. Jagannath left already long time ago. It was in the end of the 60s when he went out and went to all around the world on the streets of San Francisco, then Los Angeles, and then New York. And then he swapped over, he said, now explore Europe. Because he was following his pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada. So therefore, we have Jagannath now here on the streets. And it's said that when you see Jagannath on the street, on his chariot, you will attain the liberate stage, because in the moment when you leave the body, and although so many times we left our bodies, We left our body so many times, but we cannot remember because we don't want to remember. Because this situation, when we leave our body, is so painful because the whole movie runs backwards. And all the samskaras, they will pump up in our face. Bam, 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 bam. And the good ones and the bad ones. And the more what is overlapping, this will destiny our next destination. This will carry us to our next destination, to our next device. Are we a tree? Now we had this example. We cannot move. We're standing there in the sun. Somebody comes and peace against us, and still we will spend him shade. Right? Or will we be a cat? A dog? Or will we be a human? What happens if you are human? What we can do? Huh? For example? We can fly. Oh, wow.
Not directly.
Oh.
Yeah. We can go to the moon.
What is the most important thing what we can do with a human body? What? Well, you can say, the animals can also believe in God. Huh? And what we do with this intelligence? Yeah, I heard many things. We're asking questions, self-realization. We can read books. We can write books. We can talk and discuss about philosophy. And we can remind each other of higher values. Huh? So, what? Can we? How can you prove it? So that's our situation. So now, in this night of Janmashtami, again, everybody of us, what makes Krishna relevant to us? You can answer this question to yourself. If you like, you can share it with all of us. What makes Krishna relevant to us? I know what makes Krishna relevant for me, because in each and every tradition where I went, in each and every philosophy, what I checked out, there was never this experience, never this emotions, never this knowledge, what I got from Sri Krishna. And that since I'm try to be a bhakta of Krishna, my life became successful in so many ways. Became blissful, became successful. I was an unhappy, not hippie, some kind of punk. But I was definitely frustrated. I was ready to give up my life at any moment. I didn't care. And this was how I lived my life. Live fast, die young was our slogan. Live fast, die young. Right? But I was so unsatisfied. But the good thing was I always had to search. I always tried to figure out, okay, what's the reality behind it? And I always believed in God. But I thought, what's this then anyway about? He's not here, so let me go to him. So let's finish this business here. I had no information that doesn't work like that. So since I came in contact with Krishna, and this because of his devotees, and these devotees in this time who made me get some Shraddha in the books of Srila Prabhupada, some Shraddha in Krishna, who were actually from the same caliber as mine. They were punks. They were punks from the streets of New York. Lowest. There were punk bands like Chromax and Shelter. They were really rough people. And because of them, I thought, oh, they are my heroes. They were my heroes. But they have some higher source, some higher understanding. And everybody else was kind of, I know what is this? What has it to do with punk rock? But I thought, it's interesting why these people choosing that way. And then I got a book on the street, and this book made completely sense and changed my life. So and from this day on, my life completely changed. The journey, science, is it the small book? It's called Easy Journey to Other Planets. Easy Journey to Other Planets. Jenseits von Raum und Zeit in Deutsch. So and actually this was the first book what Prabhupada kind of wrote, or like a long article what he wrote. And so therefore Krishna consciousness makes so much relevance for me. And since Krishna gave me basically a new life, he gave me a new life, a new, a new focus in life. You know, sometimes Indian people come in, why you white people worship Krishna? I don't care if this is a god out of your mythology, because I strongly believe, and I told this already today, whenever I come to India, and many times I went to India, believe it or not, I actually went to India to study. Most of us come here to study. I go to India to study. No? So whenever I touch Indian ground, I have tears in my eyes. And it happened 2 times to me. I mean, it's obvious that I'm some kind of Hare Krishna devotee, but on the immigration where they put a stamp in the passport, they gave me the passport back and looked at me and said, "Welcome home." No? So, okay, now I'm here, born in a communistic country. So I don't know, maybe, whatever. We have some guess. My wife is actually Indian-bodied, but grown up in England. So we have some guesses why we ended up in such kind of bodies this time. I don't want to reveal of our deeper secrets, but it's like that. So I don't care if Krishna is a so-called Hindu god, because I don't believe in Hinduism, because it doesn't exist. There's just some stamp the British gave Indian people, Hindus. And now all the Indians, they believe, oh, we are Hindus. But what is it? What is it, a Hindu? What makes you a Hindu? Is it Ganesh? Is it Durga? Is it this? Is it that? What makes you a Hindu? What makes you Hindu? Are you Hindu? Yes. Yeah. What makes you Hindu? It's Sanatan Dharma, but that's a different thing. That's not Hindu. And Sanatan Dharma means it's true everywhere, not only in India. We had this example. 2 + 2 is? Yes. Here or in India? Egal. Yes, that's Sanatana Dharma. Right? And so this is because if you look at the teachings of Lord Jesus Christ, Hare Krishna, that's pure bhakti. That's pure bhakti, is nothing than pure bhakti. If you look at the teachings of Muhammad, now you're supposed to say some kind of, I forgot what it is. I'm not a Muslim. But what he teaches is, in the end, it's bhakti to the Lord. It's love to the Lord. It's love. So what the hell are we fighting about? And this is the teachings of Srila Prabhupada. Like, what's the point? Is God a Christian? Is he a Hindu? Is he a Muslim? Is he a Jew? God is God. He doesn't care. So, what makes Krishna relevant for us? Krishna is certainly the one who is the most loving. And as Advaita Simha said, because he appears like one of us, when we're reading his pastimes in Vrindavan, it seems like he's just one of us and can happen to every community. Krishna, he went with his boyfriends, he went on the Yamuna. And there, Yamuna water is very clean. And it's what? How tastes Yamuna water? No. Not now. Now it smells like, it tastes like Delhi. Helly smelly Delhi. Or somebody here from Delhi? No. But usually, if you dig deeper, we had a friend, Giridhari. He had a well in Vrindavan, and he got it really from down on the Yamuna, where not the surface level, And how this water is tasting? sweet. Yamuna water is sweet, right? So the boys, they went to the Yamuna and they used to have a sip there. Little did they know that since quite some time there was something else in the Yamuna. It was a huge, huge, ugly, disgusting, smelly, poisonous snake. And he was hiding there because he had an enemy. This enemy was who? Garuda. And the name of the snake was? Kalya. Right? And Kalya, you know, each of all the demons who came to Vrindavan, they had, although he was also not sent by Kamsa, he came by, because he actually looked for shelter. So he came in the Yamuna and he thought, okay, I'm here, I'm hiding myself. And it's like you have a, you know, it's said in the Krishna book, said Akrura, for example, he was a auspicious person. So that's interesting. You have auspicious persons. This means when they come in a community, they are creating the carrying auspiciousness. They are special. This community will flourish. And it's in the connection with the Samvantaka jewel. When Akrura was left Dwarka, the people felt, oh, something left. Akrura left, because he's a auspicious person. Now, if there's a auspicious person, there must be, of course, inauspicious person. You know, and sometimes you have this inauspicious person enters the community. Not literally, but you know, you have this. And you feel, you know, something is poisoning the community. There's, you know, it's hatred amongst the community, there's fear amongst the community, there's decidedness amongst the community, and there's pride in the community. Right? And in the same way, Kalya, he poisoned the community of Vrindavan. So much so that even that the sky became like blackish because of the poison he emanated, right? And these boys coming there want to quench the thirst, they drank and they fell unconscious. Now Krishna immediately said with sidelong glances, he revived them back to life. And then he said, okay, what's going on here? Okay, there's the snake. So he climbed up a very high Kadamba tree. This tree is still there in Vrindavan. And he looked at his friends, and the friends were kind of, Krishna, what are you going to do? You know, and Krishna looked at it and said, just forget it. He gave him a smile, said, you know, don't worry. And he tightened his turban. You know, Krishna had a turban. He made it very tight again. And he tightened his dhoti again. You know, wrapped it up. And then he jumped into the water. And he made so much noise in the water. You know, when kids in the water, they're making the splashing sound and whatever. So he made so much noise, you know, that this Kalya thought, who is that? Who comes here to disturb me? And he, you know, he immediately spotted Krishna. And when he saw Krishna, he thought, oh my goodness, what beauty is that? Still, he comes to disturb me. He comes to destroy me, actually. I feel like he's pushing out the life of my body. So I will immediately attack him. So he went for Krishna and attacked him and said he bit him in the chest. He bit him in the chest and wrapped him around his coils. And he held him. He wanted to squeeze the life out of Krishna. So because Krishna, he attracts all love. All the inhabitants, first the cowherd boys, they saw Krishna trapped in the coils of the snake, and they were dropping to the floor again. They could not understand it. You know, their best friend, the one, the center of all the attraction, the one who they went out in the morning, the one they get up in the morning, the one they went in the forest with, the one who had the best place, the best games, you know. And he's always victorious for his friends, he always went in the side who are not victorious. Because he want to let them win. Right? So, the center of their lives, the best friend, he's dying. And for children, that's a very, very, that's terrible. So in all the inhabitants of Vrindavan said something changed in the atmosphere. They know inauspicious symptoms. They felt, it said in man, when man on the left side, something is scribbling in your body, something shaking. It's an inauspicious sign. In women, it's on the right side. So they felt this. They felt something is not right. So they went out. They went out in the forest. It was already evening. So where is this Krishna? Where did he went? Let's create some auspiciousness. Let's chant Shiva, Shiva. Although they're always with Krishna, they chant Shiva, Shiva, because we have to protect our Krishna. So as they come there, Nanda Maharaj, and they see Krishna in this condition, they all drop to the floor. Yashoda dropped to the floor. Nanda Maharaj break out in tears. So that's the expression of their love. And this is what happens over and over to Krishna again. And we can say, Krishna, that's naughty, but this is what he does. He does this even when he comes as Varaha to battle with Hiranyaksha. He seems to be defeated. And all the demigods say, oh my goodness, what's happening? Oh, the whole world, the demons will win. And sometimes we also have this. We don't believe. We think, oh my goodness, the demons may win. Right? Some inauspiciousness in the world. And we think we are doomed. They will take over. They will control for the rest of eternity. Right? But this is just what Krishna is. This is just a play. To enhance our love, to bring our emotions out more, because this is what Krishna wants. He wants our emotions. He doesn't want to have our money. He doesn't want to have our intelligence. He doesn't want that we stand in front of him and recite this shloka and this shukta and this and that and this and that. He says, this chanting of the Veda is so boring for me. But if my devotees come in front of me expressing their love, this is what I'm nourished. This is what I want. So he brings us in a situation where we completely devastated. He did this to Rukmini. Right? He said, why you go back to Shishupal. Why don't marry him? He's much more famous. He's much more a king. I'm not even a king. Nobody knows who I am. So he does this, that in the end he catches us full in the moment when we emotionally very weak, we can say, but actually we emotionally very strong because they are so present. And then in this moment he catches us and he saves us. In this moment he jumps out of the coils of the Kaliya serpent and he starts to dance on her hoods. And this actually gave Krishna so much joy. He was so happy to make and dance. And from one moment, they were completely devastated. All the inhabitants of Vrindavan, they were ready to give up their own lives. And the next moment, Krishna made a dance on the hoods of snakes, like the most professional Bhatyam Natyam. Do you have any dancers here? Yeah? You dance? No? But the most expert of these dancers, they could not do these movements. And he's standing there and holding the tail of Kaliya. That's kind of an insult. He holds up the tail and with the other hand he plays the flute and with his feet he dances on the hoods of the Kaliya. All this pride immediately crushed out of Kaliya because this was his life. The pride that he thinks, I'm superior, I'm better than anybody else. I have to make plans to deceive somebody or whatever. That's the poison. That's the poison. So Krishna just turned it in a very auspicious celebration. And in this way, but this change of emotions from one side, very low, in the other side, the highest you can feel. This really took the hearts of the inhabitants of Vrindavan. And this is actually what Krishna does to us if we let him. If we let him, if we come with a pure heart here at the temple, if we come with a pure heart in this night, and we really think, okay, Krishna, I'm yours. Please take me. Take me. I want to be your devotee. I want to be your bhakta. Then he takes us out of this material world. He takes us out. He takes us back home. There we belong. And if you decide, you can play with Krishna. If you decide, if you make this conscious decision, and if you decide, I want to be relevant for Krishna. He's relevant for me, but let me be relevant for him. If I do this decision, he will take me out. And he will show his supremacy. Who is not convinced that Krishna is supreme? Seriously, you convinced? No. Yes. So Krishna, because he is the most unique feature of the Lord, he is the most intimate. It's like we made this comparison with Mr. Modi. We just some time ago we met Mr. Modi. You know Mr. Modi? Of course, yeah. We met him, right? And all his ministers, they address him as, or the whole public addresses him as Prime Minister, right? And his closer associates, they say, Mr. Modi, you know, his close, how you say, friends and ministers, they call him Narendra. Modi ji. Yeah, Modi ji. And then you have his when he comes home, he has his wife. He say darling. But what was special about his wife? What changed already in this relationship? Huh? If he would have a wife. Okay, this I leave up to your Indians. You can, let's say he has a wife. He has a wife. Yeah, whatever. When he has a wife and he comes home, when your husband comes home, oh my goodness, what do you want now?
He doesn't come home now. We are all at home. So.
What?
Now we all work from home, so he's not like he's coming home and stuff.
He's not coming home.
We are at home, working from home.
Aha. So he stays there.
But okay, sorry.
Okay, good. But remember the times before, he went out and you had your free time. And then he comes home. What you say? How you call him? Swamiji? No. Okay, you maybe say darling, right? And who's your husband? Is he here?
No, he just left to take my parents back.
Okay. So he is very affectionate and there's love, right? And you call him maybe my darling, my sweetheart, darling husband, But next moment, you tell him, hey, I told you, don't put his shoes over there, put them there. And in the morning, you never close the toothpaste, right? He says, yes, you will say. Right? So that's already no minister could say, Modi, don't put your shoes, don't park your car over the, whatever. They will not say that. Right? But she can. Right? And then his children come. Now he doesn't have children. I know, but let's pretend he has children. Right? So and his children, they say, Modi ji, you come down on your knees. And you play the horse. We will ride on you. Will he do that? The Prime Minister of India? Of course he does. Of course he plays the horse. And from the scale of being the Prime Minister, the head of India, to being the horse of his little children, if he would have, What do you think he enjoyed the most? The horse, yes. He likes to be the horse for the children. So in the same way, when Narayan is in office, he protects, he attends to the whole world, and everybody goes in, Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana, right? But nobody even dares to look so closely at him because he is so great, he's so powerful. You know, Arjuna could not even look at the universal form because it was so threatening. But then when Krishna goes out of, or when Narayan goes out of office, he puts all this ornament, he takes away, he puts on a yellow dhoti, he takes his crown away, he puts on a turban, puts a peacock feather in his ear, he takes all his weapons, he takes aside, he chooses a flute, right? And then he goes out, he goes to his friends and says, Chalo, let's tend the cows. And they say, oh, Krishna is home again. Krishna is out of office. You know, let's tend the cow. No, he's not anywhere. Who is this Krishna? He's just a prankster, right? Let's have some fun. So, if we have this tendency, God must have, because if He would not have, then He would not be God. So God is a person, and therefore we say Krishna. This little cowherd boy is the supreme person, because this is when Krishna is most private, and the only relationship what he has is love, based on love. So if we want to have a loving relationship with God, we have to choose the way of bhakti. And with this, I want to end my little trying to uplift or entertain myself for sure. And I wish you all a very, very deep and blessed Janmashtami experience. And that you take this experience with you, that it takes influence in your lives, and that it binds us all together as a community of worshippers of Krishna. Not in a sentimental way, but in a loving way. So now we will have, we spoke so much about Krishna, and now we will have some amazing darshans of Krishna from very famous deities in the world, where we cannot go, because we are sitting here, and traveling is expensive, Hare Krishna. And but the deities Krishna will come to us in his deity forms, and this is done via some electronical devices. We have Govinda Dev here. He is our temple president and leader of this community, and for sure a auspicious person. And let's chant Shri Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Shri Gurudev ki jai. Okay, 2 minutes left. Are there any questions? Or you wanna put me on the spot? You said something wrong. Are there any questions for 2 minutes? If not, Advaita Simha will sing one of his famous bhajans till we are ready. Hi Krishna. Advaita Simha Prabhu ki jai.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Also hier laut schon? Machen wir das laut.
Ist auf jeden Fall der Steck, der Auto, also von dem Beamer geht's nicht.
Vom Beamer geht's
Weil
nicht
neulich
raus.
haben wir so ein bisschen so bewegt und dann ging's wieder.
Ja.
Und jetzt geht's halt gar nicht mehr.
So, und da ist es vorher so ein Steck gehabt, hat das Audio auch hier.
Also wenn es so lang genug wäre, können wir es auch hier anstecken.
Ja, ich glaube schon.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare. Nee, es passt schon.
Ich kann auch da dasselbe nur Einra, oder? Ich kann ja Einra von da abspielen lassen.
Hm?
Ich kann ja Einra von Laptop abspielen lassen.
Ja, genau, irgendwas so einen leichten Einrackiert dann aber im Hintergrund. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Das ist so heavy an irgendwie. So, Hare Krishna. Good evening. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava ki jai. So, the next part of the presentation we will make is actually. Das Mikro geht jetzt nicht. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay. So, the next part of the presentation we will make, it's Global Krishna Darshan. And it's so big that I'm working on it since a long time already, and it's never really finished. But anyways, today I'll start presenting it anyways, and in the future will become better and more organized. But still, the idea is to get an overview of one of the main temples where our tradition originates in Vrindavan, and then also some of the main temples that Srila Prabhupada established, main deities Srila Prabhupada installed. And also some of the main deities that we have here in our yatra in Germany and our local area here as well. Okay, so let's begin. So before we begin, we'll chant the short Mangala Charana and then we can start. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaham Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Sankarshana Karanataya Shaya Gabura Shaya Chapayobdishaya Sheshascha Kala Sanitinanda Kyarama Sharanamamastu Namo Mahabaranjaya Krishna Prema Padayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvise Namaham Namaste Halagraha Namaste Mushalayuda Namaste Revatikanta Namaste Bhaktavatsala Namaste Dharanidhara Namaste Balalam Shishta Pralambare Namaste Stui Himam Krishna Purvaja He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopipakanta Radhakanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutta Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So, as you probably know, there are 7 main deities, main temples in Vrindavan. These were the original temples. Even there are many other temples. These are the 7 most relevant, for us. Some of them we know very well. Some of them we know a little bit less. And we will focus of those 7. We'll focus on 3 primary ones. 3 primary ones. So the first one, of course, is Radha Madan Mohan. Radha Madan Mohan. Very, very special and also very, very important for our spiritual advancement. We'll talk about it more. Then Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Deva Mandir. At one point it was one of the most opulent temples and structures in northern India. And then finally Radha Gopinath. So Radha Gopinath, very unique deity, and of course it represents the most intimate form of worship of Radha and Krishna. Radha Raman Mandir, even it's not considered to be one of the 3 primary temples. For us, in many ways, Radha Raman is much closer than the other temples. Vielleicht machen wir es doch aus. Das klingt so verzerrt. Huh? Okay, now it's working. Nice. Ein bisschen leiser. Okay. So we have Ayendra Prabhu in the background. Ayendra Prabhu is a very unique personality. For those of you who know him, I don't need to say much, but for those of you who don't know him, he embodied the Vrindavan lifestyle. His mood was either I live in Vrindavan and I chant all the time, or I go to the Union Square in New York and preach. So those were the only 2 options he had, and he decided for Vrindavan because actually Srila Prabhupada gave the instruction that in the Krishna Balaram temple in Vrindavan there should be non-stop 24-hour kirtan, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. But for some reason this was neglected, and Ayendra Prabhu came to Vrindavan in 1986 and realized that this instruction of Srila Prabhupada had not been implemented or followed properly. So he decided, okay, I'll stay here and I'll do it. And that's what he did until he passed away. And now it's an established institution, the 24-hour kirtan in Vrindavan. So we will have his kirtan supporting us. Yes, so we have these 3 main deities, and then we have Radha Raman. Radha Raman is very, very important for us because Srila Prabhupada said that actually we should learn from the Radharaman Goswamis how to worship deities. So Radharaman is a very unique deity, also because Radharaman is the deity that never left Vrindavan. Radharaman never left Vrindavan. All the other deities either left and came back or had to go all the way to Rajputana, Jaipur area where they were saved, from the onslaughts of different attacks. Then we have Radha Gokulananda, which is a little bit more hidden for us. We don't know so much about him. Radha Damodar is again very important temple for us because Srila Prabhupada spent quite a long time in Radha Damodar before he came to the West. This was the temple that gave Srila Prabhupada shelter before coming to the West. And finally Radha Shyama Sundar, very beautiful temple, very famous also for its nice drama presentations and theater. Of course, they say that Srila Prabhupada named his own temple after these deities. In ISKCON and Vrindavan, our deities are also called Radha Shyama Sundar. Okay, so these are the 7 main temples. But like we said before, among those 7 temples, the 3 most relevant are Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan, Sri Sri Radha Govinda Deva, and Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. So those 3 are the 3 most predominant and famous deities of Vrindavana. And all of these deities are actually considered to be deities that are very, very, very ancient. That means that according to the history, Vrajanabha was the grandson of Krishna. Vrajanabha, and he installed many, many deities in the whole Braj area. And among those deities, these are the 3 most predominant deities that were installed. So these deities were installed at least around 5,000 years ago. And then they were lost due to the, time. And there's different theories how exactly. Some people believe that they were actually worshipped for many, many, many years. And only when the first invasion started to come into India in the 12th and 13th century, then they were hidden away. But other calculations say that those deities were actually already many, many centuries already buried due to the Kali Yuga. Those deities were buried and they were found again by the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. So we have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Panchatattva, and then the direct disciples of the Panchatattva are the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. And they are called the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan because they rediscovered Vrindavan. Vrindavan at that time, around 500 years ago, was just jungle. It was just jungle. Mathura city was still, there. Mathura is, of course, a very ancient city that was, at different times even the capital of big empires in India. But even that city had been destroyed, multiple times. And the village of Vrindavan, which is nearby, was just, jungle. So one of the tasks that they received from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to go to Vrindavan and rediscover all the Leela Sthanas. So Leela Sthana means all the different places where Krishna performed different activities and pastimes. And along the way, many of these ancient deities were rediscovered. So we won't go into all the exact details, but a few of them we can talk. So Radha Madan Mohan was actually the first deity to be found. And it's considered that actually Advaitacharya himself actually found this deity. Advaitacharya himself found this deity. Then this deity was worshipped in Mathura by a very pious family, but not really worshipped actually. They actually were keeping the deity like a family member. So they would put the deity, when they would take a meal, the deity would sit also there, and take a meal. And when the children were playing, they will take the deity to play as well. So Sanatana Goswami then actually saw this deity and was thinking maybe this is not a proper way to treat the deity. So then there were 2 simultaneous dreams that took place. In one dream, the deity told the family, especially the family father, that I have decided now my pure devotee Sanatana Goswami should worship me. And in the other dream, the same deity came to Sanatana Goswami and said, why are you disturbing my having a good time with this family? Why are you trying to implement some, rigid, ritualistic worship? So, anyways, that's so. At the end, the deity went to Sanatana Goswami, and Sanatana Goswami started worshipping this deity in a very simple manner. He actually kept the deity, as you might know, in a cloth hanging in a tree. He was a very simple sadhu. So he was living under the tree, and the deity was hanging on the tree. And he used to only make salted, just dough without salt. Just some dough, and he would put it in the fire and cook it. That's all he had to eat. He was a very, very simple Babaji Goswami living in Vrindavan. So the deity asked, could you at least put some salt? And then Sanatana Goswami said, now you're asking for salt, then you will ask for so many things more. I'm just a simple sannyasi. How can I offer so many things? I'm really sorry, but that's all I can offer. A very simple worship. In especially Manasya Puja, in his mind he was worshipping the deity, but he didn't have much to offer directly. Until shortly after that, Madan Mohan arranged for a very rich merchant, to pass along the Yamuna. And it's a long story, but to make it short, Sanatana Goswami helped this merchant, free his ship. And therefore the merchant decided to, after he had sold all his goods, to give a big donation and to donate for construction of a temple and also for the opulent worship of Madan Mohan. So Madan Mohan is very important for us because Madan Mohan is the Sambandha Murti, for Sambandha Adideva. That means that through Madan Mohan we can overcome our material impurities, material attachments, and finally reconnect again with transcendence, with Krishna. So Madana Mohan. So what is Madan and what does Mohan mean? Who knows? You know? Yes. So Madan is the love god, Kamadeva, Cupid, and Mohan is somebody who, can put into illusion. So Madan Mohan. So Radha Madan Mohan. So one of the names of Krishna is that he is so beautiful, so attractive, so charming that even the love god himself is bewildered. And there's a famous passage in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the later part, I think the 11th canto, where this is shown, how Cupid, is trying to bewilder Krishna, but ultimately Cupid is bewildered himself, by Krishna. So this is Madan Mohan. He can bewilder Cupid. So the prayer that is chanted for Madan Mohan is Jayatam Surato Pangor Mamamanda Matergati Mat Sarvasya Padam Vajo Radha Madana Mohano. So this prayer says that we are lame, we have so many discrepancies, so many inabilities, and therefore we take shelter of the lotus feet of Radha Madan Mohan, who can finally help us. So Radha Madan Mohan is very, very powerful in overcoming our material lust and illusion and attracting us to the spiritual reality. So it's recommended if you want to overcome lust and material desires, material attachments, Radha Madan Mohan, we need to take shelter. And then Radha Madan Mohan will capture our hearts, capture our minds, and we will be completely, our hearts will be lost, for Krishna. So this is Radha Madan Mohan. And another name of Radharani, therefore, is Radha Madan Mohan Mohini. So Radharani is the one who can, bewilder even Krishna. Krishna bewilders everybody else, including the Cupid himself, Kamadeva himself. But Radharani can even bewilder Krishna. So Radha Madan Mohan and Madan Mohini. Radha Madan Mohan Mohini. So then the second, and this deity nowadays actually is not anymore in Jaipur. It used to be in Jaipur along the other two deities. Those two deities, Radha Govinda and Radha Gopinath, are still in Jaipur. Radha Madan Mohan is now in Karoli. So Karoli is a little bit more southeast of Jaipur. And the story is because one of the princesses of the palace was very attached to this deity. And she would only go, to her new home after marriage if she could take the deity. So she took Radha Madan Mohan along with her, and now he's worshipped there in Karoli in a palace. It's a little bit, I would say, far removed nowadays. So not too many people go there, but you have a chance, certainly a very good idea to go there. So Radha Madan Mohan creates the connection, sambandha. We get a spiritual connection. We become purified. Radha Govinda gives us devotional service. So Radha Govinda is, of course, nowadays in Jaipur, and is the deity that was found by Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami found this deity on this hill, where the temple is now standing as well. And Radha Govinda is described as being sitting on a throne, a very beautiful throne in a kunja in Vrindavan. So that's the mood of Radha Govinda. Radha Govinda is worshipped very royally, and at the same time there is many services that can be performed for the royal couple. All the preparations for their meeting, all the preparations of their place of encounter. So Radha Govinda Deva provide service. So Sambandha, Abhidheya is the second principle. Abhidheya means engagement in service and occupation. So once we become purified by the mercy of Radha Madan Mohan, we can be occupied in devotional service by the mercy of Radha Govinda. So Radha Govinda are actually considered to be the soul or the heart of Jaipur. And it's one of the most amazing temples, actually. If you go to Jaipur, I've never seen such a enthusiastic Mangal Artik. Yeah, I think it's at least 15,000 people are there every single morning, and it's not a Mangal Artik where you could say it's like somebody's leading and everybody's following. Everybody's singing simultaneously in a choir, non-stop. Thousands of people, and everybody's circumambulating the temple. And I've never seen this in any other temple in India, but there the devotees are constantly kissing the temple. They kiss the doors, they kiss the walls. They're kissing the temple, and they're touching every single step of the temple. So it's a very contagious mood, actually. If you go there, it's extremely contagious. And that's only the first darshan, and it goes on the whole day until the evening. And all the songs are sung in choir. So that means everybody who's participating, they all know. There's no need for somebody to be the leader. They all know. They look at each other and they know which next song is coming, and then they sing all together. A very, very amazing temple. The king of Jaipur provided half of his palace for the deity, actually. So half of the palace, the royal family actually still lives there, and the second half, together with this big park, is actually Radha Govinda's temple. Also, the story of how the deity of Radha Govinda reached Jaipur is an odyssey in itself. And Indra Maharaj made a series of, I think, at least 8 consecutive lectures explaining how this deity, which was originally installed in Vrindavan, and we will see some pictures from Vrindavan soon. This original huge temple was destroyed, and the deity had, I think, over 30 years, maybe. Some years it was in Radhakund, then some years in a different place between Rajasthan and Radhakund. Until it finally reached Jaipur, it took a very, very long time. So it's an incredible odyssey this deity actually had to finally arrive in Jaipur. And then, not too far from the Govinda Dev temple, actually, is Radha Gopinath. So Radha Gopinath is the Prajojana Adideva, the goal of bhakti. So Gopinatha, he's the Lord of the Gopis. Very amazing temple, a little bit hidden and small, but the mood there is very, 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 very beautiful. There's always a big group of Rajasthani ladies who are chanting bhajans. You know, they control the temple, and these deities are this deity is considered to be Radha Gopinath. You know, Gopinath himself, and in few temples you have the sensation that you are somehow reached very close to Krishna. Some of these ancient temples, if you're a little bit awake and have some purification, you might have this sensation. But many devotees I've talked to, when you are sitting in the temple, even the doors might be closed, you feel this place is unique. You know, that's where the culmination of the path of bhakti is fulfilled by the mercy of Radha Gopinath. Very beautiful deity, and it's maybe 20 minutes walk from the Govinda temple. This deity, of course, gives the mantra is Shriman Ra Sarasarambi Vam Siva Tadatasya Karsham Vena Soner Gopir Gopinata Shriyestu Naha. So Krishna, who's playing the flute on the banks of the Yamuna, Vamsivata, he is the one who, you know, in the moonlit nights when he's chanting, when he's playing his flute, he attracts the hearts of all the living entities, and especially the gopis, you know, are attracted to Gopinata. So this is the most sublime and also the most, you could say, intimate, you know, form of Krishna in the sequence. It begins with Radha Madan Mohan, where we overcome our material desires and lusts. Govinda Deva, who engages us in devotional service, and Radha Gopinath, when we actually get entrance into the transcendental pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Govinda Deva ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai. Okay, so now we will focus on some of the main temples and deities that Srila Prabhupada established in India. And we will start with one temple that you might not know. Srila Prabhupada established, of course, we know Vrindavan. Vrindavan was installed, open in 1975. And then Radha Ras Bihari in Mumbai. We'll see some pictures also. And then Radha Madhava, the small deities actually were only installed in Mayapur. And there's one fourth temple where Srila Prabhupada also installed deities. Somebody knows? Hyderabad, yes. So in Hyderabad, there are these very beautiful deities of Radha Madan Mohan. So they also were called Radha Madan Mohan, and they are huge. You cannot tell here. Maybe you can tell because you see how small the roses are, the flowers. But these deities are almost as big as the Radha Madhava deities in Mayapur. They're very, very big, and they are in the center now. And then to the right there is Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, also huge deities. And this is a picture from the installation actually of those deities in 1976 or 77. And these are the Gaur-Nitai deities. Actually, Gaur-Nitai are the biggest of the three. They're very, very, very big. And they are in, you know, the address is called Sweet Market in Hyderabad. It's a long time I was there. But it's a very beautiful temple. A little bit hidden in a side entrance. The first time I was there was very, very hidden. The second time I was there, they had developed it much more, and it was much more accessible. And this temple is also unique because, let's see if I have a picture. No, I don't have a picture actually. But on the left side of the altar here, there are Prabhupada's rooms, and there's a balcony where Prabhupada used to look down when he was in this temple. And in this room, also the sannyas danda of Srila Prabhupada is being kept. So it's a secret in India, but a very, very amazing temple, one of the oldest temples in India. Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Gaur-Nitai, and huge Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra deities. So then the next very important temple is, who knows this one? is Iskon Yuhu in Mumbai. And this temple is very historic because Srila Prabhupada and his disciples had to fight so much for this temple. It was, very, very difficult. This place where nowadays it's very, very developed, this entire area, but when Prabhupada came there, it was a patch of jungle, a little bit on the outskirts of Mumbai, and they received this land and they got the permission to live there, and they also made the first down payments, and then the owner, Mr. Nair, you can read it the whole story in Prabhupada's Lilamrita, he decided that actually he did not want to sell it to the devotees, but he wanted to keep the down payments, So it was, a big battle, legal battle, and Mr. Nair even sent some gundas, some mafia guys, to try to, kick the devotees out. But Srila Prabhupada actually installed the deities, Radha Ras Bihari, in a very simple hut, like a tin hut, like tin roof, tin walls. This is how those deities were originally installed there. So Prabhupada more or less said, once the deities are installed, now we cannot lose the land. The land is ours, And the land was actually back then infested with rats and mosquitoes, and it was very difficult for the devotees to live there. But especially Giridhari Maharaj, who is nowadays living in San Diego and United States, he was the main devotee who sacrificed so many years and so much blood and sweat to maintain these deities until finally they got the complete the land, and then this beautiful temple was constructed there. Radha Ras Bihari, Gornitai, and Shritaram, Lakshman, Hanuman, were installed there. So Srila Prabhupada used to say, how was it? Mumbai is my office, Vrindavan is my place of worship. No. Mayapur is my place of worship. Who remembers? Vrindavan is my home and Mayapur is my place of worship. So this was Prabhupada's office, Very important temple, and this was one of the biggest successes, that this temple was finally, towards the very end, Srila Prabhupada was there 76 and 77 also, in the last 2 years of his presence. He was staying in this temple, and he witnessed, how it was finally coming to a fruition. So, Radha Ras Bihari. Then we will go to Mayapur. So, this is Radha Madhava, Ashtasaki. Radha Madhava Ashtasaki ki jai. So we'll see later we have some pictures. They're not here now. They're a little bit further down. Because actually the original deities, they're not very high resolution here. These are Radha Madhava, the small deities. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, those were the deities that Srila Prabhupada installed in Mayapur. And the big Radha Krishna, Radha Madhava deities were installed in the 80s. And actually in the beginning there was only Radha Madhava, and then each year for the Mayapur festival 2 additional Sakis were installed. So I don't know exactly how many years it took exactly, but a few devotees have told me that every year, there were like first Lalita and Vishaka, and then Chitra and Tungabhadra, and like that the deities were completed finally. So these are very, very big deities, oversized deities, probably over 2 meters, and they are worshipped in a very, very opulent way. Especially, it needs to be noted that the Mayapur deities are their worship is special because all the dresses are done locally by the devotees there. Many temples we order from somebody, but actually Srila Prabhupada really wanted that we learn this art of making stitching and making special dresses. And this dress that they're wearing, who knows what style of dress this is? Manipuri. So this is typical Manipuri dress, very famous. I think at least once a year they Radha Madhava wear this unique Manipuri dress style. So Radha Madhava. I unfortunately didn't have the blessing to worship them directly yet, But Ramananda Gopal Prabhu, he did the deity worship course in Mayapur, and he said it's amazing how many pujaris are engaged in dressing the deities. And the deity of Madhava has also a natural Brahmin thread. So the stone is a black stone, but it has a white line across the chest naturally. So very, very, very beautiful, very unique deities. Shri Shri Radha Madhava Ki Jai. And of course, we should not forget to mention Radha Madhava are special also because it's considered that these are the Ishta Devas of Srila Prabhupada actually. Srila Prabhupada, whenever he sang this song, Radha Madhava, or let's like this, he always sang this song. It's one of the main songs he actually chanted and sang always before he gave class. And also at a few occasions, quite a few times actually, in different places, Srila Prabhupada went into a very deep trance while singing this song, completely, oblivious of the external reality, and you could sometimes even see some tears and, deep emotion showing. Therefore, in this Radha Krishna Giti, you know the Radha Krishna Giti? Radha Krishna Giti is like the different deities, and then the devotee who worship the deity is also mentioned. So, for example, Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Rupa Goswami Pranadana He. And for Radha Madhava, in the extended song, they added Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radhe Prabhupader Pranadana He. So Pranadhana means that this is the life aired, or the life of this devotee, those specific deities. So Radha Madhava are considered to be the Ishta Devatas of our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada. Radha Madhava Ki Jai. So then, of course, ISKCON Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram. So it's very interesting that actually in Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada installed Krishna Balaram in the center and not Radha Shyama Sundar. So Krishna Balaram were installed in the center of the Krishna Balaram Mandir. And Srila Prabhupada explained the reason why he did that. We heard a few days ago in Balaram Purnima was that his idea was that Balaram is the source of strength, spiritual strength. So he said, I installed Krishna Balaram in the center because my disciples need spiritual strength. So spiritual strength is not external or physical, but mainly the strength to discipline the mind, to focus the mind, to take shelter of Krishna. For this we need strength. Like there's a saying that the mind is willing, but the flesh is weak. We might have understood we want to practice spiritual life, but then the senses are stronger, they're weak, they give in and they cheat us. So therefore Krishna Balaram are in the center so that we take shelter. So in Vrindavan it's of course like this, that we have Shri Shri Gaurnitai and Srila Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj on the left. So if you enter from the side, it's maybe the best. Then you take shelter of Gaurnitai, you take shelter of Krishna Balaram, and then at the very right we have Radha Shyama Sundar and Lalita Vishaka. And but it still is interesting to see how the Brajvasis, they walk, they come and they go straight to Radha Shyama Sundar. So even Radha Shyama Sundar are on the side altar, they are still the predominant deities. They're very, very, very famous, very, very beautiful, and they're worshipped in a extremely opulent way. And actually, Indra Prabhu was crucial in establishing a very high, very unique standard of worship. Especially, all these, garlands that are made. Very often, all the entire ornaments, like you see here also, all the bracelets, all the armlets, all the earrings, everything is made. Oh, no, I got cut. Everything is made out of flowers. Give me a second. So yes, so the Radha Shama Sundara are in the center of our, ISKCON temple in Vrindavan. Maybe they are, in one sense, the most predominant deities in our movement. They, when we think of Vrindavan, we think of Radha Shama Sundara. So then, we covered now that the main deities in India. Now we will go to, give me a second, I have to find it now. We go a Darshan of Rindavan, from the eagle's view, and then we'll continue with some of the traditional deities and then some extraordinary deities around the world. So this is of course Vrindavan. This is the Keshi Ghat. This is the I forgot the name. This is the Radha Gopinath temple here, and this temple here, I forgot. I forgot the name of that deity. This is of course the Krishna Balaram temple from above. This is the Krishna Balaram temple. This is the Prabhupada Samadhi. No, this is not Radha Madan Mohan. Radha Madan Mohan is further to the right. Right next behind Keshi Ghat is very special deity, but I forgot the name. It's like a monument. It's protected by the Archaeological Survey of India, and it's not so easy to reach. You can only reach from one small site. Radha Mohan is coming. It's a little bit. Radha Mohan is on top of the hill, and just behind Keshi Ghat is one of the ancient temples, but unfortunately I forgot the name today. So this is of course the ISKCON temple, Krishna Balaram Mandir with the Prabhupada Samadhi. This is an overview of Vrindavan. So we know in Vrindavan it says, and maybe you can see it, I think I can point here like this. No, the Yamuna makes a turn like a big U, and they say this is like a tilak. The Yamuna paints a tilak on Braj Mandala at the exact area of Vrindavan. So in that area he makes Yamuna makes a turn, like a U-turn, and inside of this big U, there you will find Vrindavan, and the core of the main deities is in this area. This is like the old part of Vrindavan, and then of course it's been extending more and more in this direction now. So Srila Prabhupada is saying, here I am now sitting in New York, the world's greatest city, but my heart is always hankering after Vrindavan. So Srila Prabhupada, left Vrindavan. He actually really wanted to live Vrindavan, but for his mission, he actually left Vrindavan. Even materially speaking, he actually underwent so many difficulties in Vrindavan. We know that Prabhupada was living in Radha Damodar, but before he was living in Radha Damodar, Srila Prabhupada was living in Keshi Ghat. He was actually just in those small caves, That's where he was sleeping. And very often he had malaria, And there's this one famous Ayurveda doctor who used to regularly, treat him and cure him. But still, Vrindavan is not just an external place that might be, very hot, in the summer, very cold in the winter, and externally there might be all kinds of things that might be, not very nice or shocking even. But Vrindavan is of course a spiritual place, and therefore Srila Prabhupada, even he was in a very luxurious big city, he actually hankered for Vrindavan. So this is Radha Madan Mohan temple on the Shadashatila hill. It's the very first temple that was constructed in Vrindavan, and many people talk about a very unique style of architecture. So it's a mixture of different styles of architecture. There's a little bit of the style of Puri on the mandapa on the right side, but the tower actually is very unique. There's there's only in Vrindavan a few temples that a little bit resemble this temple, but even in Vrindavan, Radha Madan Mohan is very, very unique with this style of construction. And of course, Madan Mohan, the original deity, is now in Jaipur. But this was, you could say, the beginning of Vrindavan. From this was the first big construction, and then all the other temples were constructed afterwards. So here you see the second temple. This is Radha Govinda temple. So as you can see, maybe it's a little bit flat because it was destroyed. It was destroyed in the 16th, almost 17th century. Only maybe 200 years after it was constructed. It was a very, very beautiful temple, and it was especially famous because on the top of the tower, it had always a burning flame. And this flame was visible from very, very far. So Aurangzeb was one of the Mughal rulers of northern India. He saw from his palace in Agra that this light was even higher than his own palace, and it was lighting so prominently. So he ordered this temple should be destroyed. But the news arrived on time, and the deity could escape. So it's interesting because Aurangzeb was the one who destroyed it, but actually his ancestors, Akbar is one of also famous Mughal rulers. One of his generals, I forgot the name, Singh. He was the one who actually donated the construction of this temple. And because this temple was constructed, many centuries after, already was Muslim rule in India, you can see the temple has also some different styles of architecture. Some looks sometimes a little bit like a cathedral, and also some styles of Muslim Islamic architecture have also flown into the construction of the temple. And even it's the most, you could say, famous temple that was constructed in Middle Age India. It doesn't have any real carvings of murtis outside, because this knowledge was already lost by that time already. In South India it continued, but in North India it was vastly lost. So this is Radha Govinda in the heart of Vrindavan. Let me see if I find. So this, of course, is Seva Kunj. Seva Kunj is considered to be on the side of the Seva Kunj is the Radha Damodar temple. This is considered to be the center of Vrindavan, where the Rasa Leela takes place constantly. And this garden area in the center of Vrindavan is very, very mystical, very mystical, very mysterious. It's actually not recommended, or actually forbidden, to be there after sunset. And it's you can even observe how the animals actually leave that area, after sunset, because it says that every evening the Rasa Leela of Krishna is still taking place there. And if you're not pure and qualified to see it, you will not handle it, you'll become crazy. So every evening, this whole area is closed and everybody has to leave. So this is Seva Kunj in the center of Vrindavan. So, and here we have the last temple, Radha Gopinath. So those three predominant deities, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Govinda and Radha Gopinath, the temples are still visible in Vrindavan. And some, you could say, successor deities have been installed there. And the original deities are in Rajasthan. So this is Radha Gopinath. There's a very nice garden area also, and some devotees have put a lot of energy and enthusiasm into cleaning this entire area. So now it's a very, very nice area actually, with gardens and very beautiful place to chant rounds in Vrindavan. It's very hidden, very peaceful. And I still don't remember what the name of this temple is. That's another view from this temple from the other side. So this is again Radha Gopinath and the Yamuna. And here you can see, this is from some years ago. They were trying to construct a bridge in Vrindavan that would have destroyed the entire landscape. Fortunately, somehow there was so much protest against it that they had to build it back, and Vrindavan remains like this, no big bridge and highway going right past it. So this is again Keshigat, different view. And now we go to a different part of Braj Mandala. This is Govardhan, and of course the very famous Kusham Sarovara right in the middle. So, and these are some of the constructions that are on top of the. This is actually not the main temple. Let's see if I have a picture of the temple. But there's a temple where a very unique deity that is now worshipped. So this is all Govardhan. This is the temple of the Gopal deity. So this deity of Gopal, nowadays it's worshipped in Natadwar in Rajasthan, and it's nowadays called Srinagi. But originally it was actually worshipped directly on Govardhan Hill on this temple. Or actually this is the original temple. The picture we just saw before was the successor temple, and now they are in southern Rajasthan, Natadwar. So, and those two lakes, we of course know, Radhakunda and Shyamakunda. The square lake is Radhakunda, and the lake to the right is Shyamakunda. So Radhakunda and Shyamakunda. Actually, if you look at the entire Govardhan Hill, it said it looks like a peacock, and Radhakund and Shyamakund are like the two eyes of that peacock. This is considered to be, according to the Upadeshamrita, the most intimate holy place, in the entire universe, Radhakund and Shyamakund. Generally, if you go there, one should not take bath there like it was a swimming pool. If you take bath, you should do it with a lot of respect. Some devotees have so much respect, they only put a few drops of the water only on their heads. So this is Radhakund town, and in the center is Radhakund and Shyamakund. And this is just one quote from Srimad Bhagavatam. Of all the devotees, this Govardhan hill is the best. Or, my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balaram, along with their calves, cows, and cowherd friends, with all the necessities: water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way, the hill offers respects to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, the hill appears very jubilant. Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. So, and this is the deity of Srinagi. Srinagi, it's now worshipped in Natadwar in Rajasthan, and it's a very, very beautiful place. I was there once, and in front of the temple, there are so many cowherd boys with their traditional dress, and they all want to sell their milk. So they're there selling their milk, so you can offer it to the deity. So how it works is, as far as I remember, you buy their milk, and they have all these gallons of milk with them, So they take the milk, then they give it to the pujaris. The pujaris take the milk, and then because you gave milk to the deity, you get like a brick, like this big, of burfi, Depending how much milk you donate, the brick might be really big, or you get a few bricks, but it's not small burfis like this, They're like this, big burfis. Natadwar burfis. Let me see, I think somewhere I have a few more pictures of Natadwar. And of course also in one of the second biggest ISKCON temples in India, in Mumbai I mean, there also Radhanath Swami installed Srinagi. Let me do a little bit brighter, then I'll see better. Yes. So here, this is Srinagi in ISKCON Chopati, and they make very, very, very beautiful arrangements for this deity, inspired by different attires throughout India. but also inspired by the original temple in Srinagi, like, with bananas, with mangoes, very nice mandalas. This is like actually very typical in Gujarat. They make this, this style of dresses, and with harvest time with wheat and barley, oats, and this is like Panduranga, no? Or maybe like Venkateshwara Swami. So like that, this deity is worshipped traditionally in Natadwar, and in ISKCON Chowpatty they have emulated this worship very, very nicely. And somewhere I also have some pictures of the actual temple, but yeah, we'll continue with that later. So now we'll start actually from the top, and we'll just before we do that, I need to do something else. We're disconnected. So because we did the darshans in India, and then I wanted to highlight a few of the special places Srila Prabhupada installed deities outside of India. So I have a very nice drawing. The first deities that were installed in Europe, who knows? No? Yeah. So these deities actually were installed by Srila Prabhupada in Hamburg in 1969, Janmashtami. So 1969, that's how many years? 30, 50, over 50 years, 53 years. And these deities are still worshipped in Germany, in Goloka Dham nowadays, along Radha Madan Mohan. They are the small deities of Radha Krishna that were installed. So those were the first deities installed in Europe, were actually in Hamburg. And the first big deities that were installed in Europe were, the first deities actually in all of ISKCON were in London, Vara London Ishvara. And they still have a very, very beautiful temple there. And there's of course a very interesting story how these deities were, how they got these deities. So these deities were actually from a Hindu society, and they were not sure if they will install them because one of the deities had some small finger, was like a small piece of marble had chipped off, So they were not sure if they were actually installed it or not. So they called Srila Prabhupada to get some advice, and to see what he would say. So Srila Prabhupada came, and he had a plan already. So he said oh, very nice. He was just talking to them and distracting them and talking, all kind of pleasantries. And then he said, okay, you want to show me the deities? Okay, show me the deities, And then he asked one of his disciples, you can repair this? He's like, yes, okay. You can lift them? Yes. Then he asked his other disciple, you can lift Radharani as well? Yes, we can lift them. Okay, let's go. And they just took them. They put him in the van, and the whole family, was running out of the house, and they were left standing on the side of the road, and they just, drove for a few miles, and then they stopped actually, and took darshan of the deities, and so it was like a transcendental thievery. And these were the first deities, the first big marble deities installed in ISKCON in the West. Radha London Ishvara. And Srila Prabhupada gave them this unique name, Shri Shri Radha London Ishvara. And of course, because there is Radha London Ishvara, there also had to be Radha Paris Ishvara. So a few years later, Srila Prabhupada installed deities in Paris as well. I had some other pictures, but this is Radha Paris Ishvara. Very, very beautiful deities. But I had some other pictures which I don't find right now. Let me see if I find it quickly. Otherwise, the third set of deities that I wanted to show that were Prabhupada installed, they are the deities from New York. And I'm sure I had a picture from this deity, so give me a second. It's gone. But I had the pictures of Radha Govinda. So in New York, Srila Prabhupada installed Sri Sri Radha Govinda. And I had a picture for sure of Radha Govinda. Very, very beautiful deities. These were the first, one of the first big deities Prabhupada installed in the West here. So this is Radha Govinda and their original temple. So nowadays these deities are standing in the Brooklyn Temple in New York. But before I think they moved once or twice. They moved place. And here we have a very nice picture of Srila Prabhupada taking darshan of Radha Govinda. And one of the most famous nowadays kirtaniyas in ISKCON, Chute Gopi Mataji. I'm sure most of you know her. She sings this very heartful, soulful Govinda kirtans. You can just Google Achute Gopi Radha Govinda, and you will see, inspired by these deities. So these are the main deities that Srila Prabhupada installed in the West, you could say. He installed a few other deities, and next Janmashtami, hopefully the presentation will be a little bit more extensive. So now I'll just go through the pictures in sequence as they come, and then whenever there's something interesting, I'll say something along the ways. So this is Srila Prabhupada in his Radha Damodar rooms. These are the deities. This is the Damodar Shila in Golokadam. Very, very beautiful Shalagram Shila. And this is, of course, Vada Madan Mohan. We also have a picture of Vada Madan Mohan here on the wall. They used to be in this altar right here. Now they are in Abenteuer. So this is the picture of all the Shalagram Shilas. There is, Matsya Shila. This is the Nrsinga Shila also is there. This is the Utsava Krishna Chandra Shila. And there's also Varaha. And I forgot the remaining ones. It's a long time since I worshipped them. And this is Vada Madan Mohan. Very, very beautiful deities. And these are the deities from Berlin. Jagannath in Berlin, very big, mighty deities. And they were actually donated by the King of Puri, 1999. So they're also very special. And actually a piece of the original deities is installed in the heart of the Murti. So you can see like the traditional deities have a very mysterious Shalagram Shila. Nobody knows exactly what's installed in the main deities. The oldest priest, changes the heart from the old deities to the new deities every 19 years or every 12 years, depending. But one piece of those deities was installed inside of this deity, Jagannath, in Berlin. There's Jagannath Baladev Sodra Maharani Ki Jai. And this is, of course, Radhika Giridhari, who were bathed here today as well. Radhika Giridhari Ki Jai. Very, very beautiful. So this was Janmashtami, I think 10 years ago. This is Radha Shama Sundar from Vrindavan. Here we have the Pancha Tattva from Mayapur. And these are some pujaris from the Padmanabha Swami Temple in Kerala. So Padmanabha Swami Temple, very unique temple. It's actually the wealthiest temple on the planet. They found this huge amounts of treasure in the cellars. But besides that, it's one of the most amazing darshans I've seen in India, actually. It's worshipped, the deities worshipped very traditionally, and it's not so easy to get in as a Westerner. You need to go to the local ISKCON temple, and they have to write, yes, this is an ISKCON devotee, he's following 4 regulative principles and chanting 16 rounds in so and so many years. And when you get this, paper from the ISKCON temple, then only you can enter the temple. And the darshan for this deity is over 3 different altars. So in the first altar you see the face, in the middle altar you see the Utsava Murti, very, very fine, beautiful, small deity. And then at the last altar you see the lotus feet of Vishnu. And in the middle altar you also see Brahma. You see here this, just like this lotus with the Brahma sitting on top. It's all visible. This deity, unfortunately I forgot the caption, but it's a very special deity from one of the Goswamis, a very small Krishna deity that was worshipped by one of the Goswamis. This is Kathmandu, Nepal, Bharatpur. So there in Bharatpur, there are very unique deities of Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra Devi. We usually don't see Jagannath like this. We see Jagannath with big eyes, But of course, Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra are Vasudev, Sankarsana and Yogamaya. So there in Bharatpur, there is a temple where those 3 deities were worshipped. And the worship was a little bit neglected. So actually ISKCON is now in charge of this temple. And they're very, very beautiful. So this is Jagannath. Jagannath. So who recognizes this room? This is Aindra's room. Very beautiful Gornitai deities and all his Shalagram Shilas, hundreds probably of Shalagram Shilas. So this was already, we had this section already. This is a very nice picture of our Utsava Murti, Nisingadev, with this very nice Kriti Mukha. The Kriti Mukha is actually a form of Lord Shiva, Mahakala, that's on top of the altars or on top of even sometimes in the belt of the deity as well. This is the Shalagram Shila, Narasimha Shalagram Shila we're worshipping here. And actually, some people sometimes had doubt what deity it is, if this is really, because with Shalagram Shilas, you can always have different opinions, which Shila is it now, Oh, this mark means it's a, Kurma Shila, or maybe this mark, it means it's a Matsya Shila, or different ideas. But actually, Astarata Prabhu said he found this deity in Nepal, in the Kaligandaki river. And when he found the deity, he found it directly at sunset. And there was thunder and rain, and then he found this murti. And Padmanabha Goswami from Radharaman Temple said, this is, of course, a Nrsimha Shalagram Shila. So this is again this deities of Jagannath from Bharatpur. Very beautiful. Actually, this style of deities making was very common in Bengal also, but it got lost and it's still preserved in Nepal. So there are Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra. Abhishekam. This is a very beautiful deity, Venugopal, from a temple in Karnataka, Karnataka in South India. And this is in Kerala, Guruvayur temple. It's a very famous temple of Krishna. And they're doing the parikrama with the elephant, and what the pujari is holding here in his hands is the Utsava Murti. So even it's raining, they're still making the parikrama with the deity around the temple. And this is a depiction of there's no photos directly of the deity, but this is Guruvayur Krishna. So this is, of course, very special deity. I also have a photo a little bit later on. This is the deity of Tota Gopinath. Tota Gopinath is sitting now, but he only sat down so that Gadadhar Pandit, who had become old, could hang garlands on him. Originally, the deity was standing, and in living memory, people saw how this deity suddenly is sitting down. So if you go from Mangalartik very, very early, the pujari might show you how the deity is sitting in perfect lotus seats, like full lotus. So Gadadhar Pandit, so the deity became much smaller, and Gadadhar Pandit could continue worshipping him. This is again another deity of Jagannath. This is Baladev. You can see Jagannath, this has Shankha and Chakra. Baladev has Gada, the club, and the plow. So again the deities of Andhra Prabhu. And this is the Ugra Nisingha deity of Indrajumna Swami, who is coming very soon on Monday. So I'm not sure which deities he will bring, but he always brings some deities along with him. And if you're here from Monday until Friday next week, Indrajumna Maharaj will be here, and I'm sure we will get the opportunity to take darshan of his deities as well. So this is a picture from traditional deity in Bengal. This is Tukaram chanting to Panduranga, Srinagi again. Here we have now, this is actually the entrance of the Srinagi Temple in Natadwar. And the way that the deities are worshipped there is very, very unique. Srinagi is worshipped like a small child. So it was very nice to see how the pujaris with the small deity, the pujaris were playing with the small deity. Yeah? So they had different toys, like elephants made out of silver, and things you could turn and twist, and the pujaris were not doing big pujas, they were just playing, with the toys in front of the deity. And yeah, like I said, all these cowherd boys are there selling the milk, and you get these big burfis, Mahaprasadam, and regularly at different times of the day, hundreds of cows, painted really nicely and decorated, pass through the town. So this deity I chose because there are some pictures of this. This style of deity is actually from Kerala, Krishna, Kerala. And in the very beginning of our movement, one of the first deities that was in our movement was a Krishna from Kerala. And Prabhupada had it a few times right next to his Vyasasan standing. And you remember how he called him? He called Kartamashai, yeah. Kartamashai. He's the boss. So this deity was standing. There's quite a few pictures of Prabhupada, with this deity standing right next to him. Kartamashai. This picture I also like very much. I wanted to show you. Because in Vrindavan, they actually dress the deities very much according to the season. So sometimes of course we have heating system, but sometimes it's still colder in the winter, and we are wearing hats, and gloves and socks. So in Vrindavan, in the winter season, the deities have full wool dresses, and they also have gloves, and they not wear, even Radharani has a hat, you see. And they also have socks for the deities. Yeah. I just think it's very, very nice. And I've seen many temples. Most temples actually do it in Vrindavan. For some reason in ISKCON we're not really doing it that much, but maybe it's a good idea. Yeah. Here we are. They're very merciful in ISKCON. They always show their lotus feet. This is, of course, Madan Mohan in Gopastami, where Radharani is dressed as Gopal, so she could escape. So who recognizes these deities? Radhadesh, yes. Radha Gopinath from Radhadesh. One of the most beautiful deities in ISKCON, actually. They're very, very finely carved. And they used to be originally actually in Amsterdam. And I don't know exactly when, but at one point they were moved from Amsterdam to their current location in Radhadesh. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai. So this is actually some pictures of how still in a very few places in Bengal traditional worship of Radha Krishna is going on. It's very, very unique, very beautiful, and the tendency is they make this very big, long crowns and this very beautiful, traditional Bengali paintings as well. So this is the Vimana of Srirangam in South India. It's actually, of course, it's the biggest temple in the world that's still being in use, and it's a Vishnu temple. This is the main Vimana, and this is a picture of Srirangam also reclining, similar to Padmanabha Swami. The only difference is that Padmanabha Swami, you take darshan, in 3 different altars. First the head, the navel, then the lotus feet. Srirangam, you can see the deity, as a whole. And the Utsava Murti of Srirangam, it's considered to be a deity that Lord Brahma himself worshipped. And I had a chance to take darshan of this deity in this, I think it's called the Arjuna Mandapa. It's a separate mandapa for festivals. They keep the deity there. You can go very, very, very close. And when you see the devotees, the Sri Vaishnava devotees worshiping this deity, you get kind of a feeling or insight how Satya Yuga might have been, or it's a very, very unique atmosphere. How this, very aristocratic and devoted Vaishnavas, worship and revere the deity. The way they dress, the way they pray, the way they're meditating and chanting, and different gestures that they make. Very, very refined and very, very beautiful. So this is Panduranga, also very famous deity. In ISKCON, this deity became famous especially through Lokanath Maharaj. Lokanath Maharaj is from Maharashtra, and in one of the temples he opened there in Aravadi, I think, he also installed Panduranga. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also passed on his journey through India. He also passed through Pandapur, where this deity is worshipped. This is now the deity, you can see Tota Gopinath in perfect lotus seat. And of course, beyond the miracle that Tota Gopinath sat down to enable the worship of Gadadhar, actually one of the most accepted ways or stories is how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left this world, is that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered into this deity. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not die, or his body was not cremated or buried in a samadhi. Actually, he entered into this deity. So it's a very, very amazing temple, a little bit on the outskirts of Puri. So this is a deity from a very good friend I have in Delhi. He's an amazing pujari, and I just admire how nicely he dresses his deity. He's a follower of Radha Raman temple as well. So he's following the style of worship of Radha Raman, and you can also see some influence from Bengal, because Radha Raman, we'll see some pictures now also, Radha Raman is worshipped, Radharani is not worshipped as a deity, Radharani is worshipped as a yantra. So there's a yantra of Radharani, and above that yantra, so on this side, this is where Radharani is worshipped. So there's not a direct murti there, but Radharani is worshipped along there. So some deities of Nrsimhadev. This is Nrsimhadev chilling out. Since we are in Nrsimhadev temple, we have to have some Nrsimha pictures as well. And you can see maybe on the right hand, he's holding the chakra like this, like a wheel, This is, you can look at the yoga book of Dhruva. I forgot exactly where, but it's South India. And this deity of Nrsimhadev also very famous. I have a big collection of this deity, because every day the deity is just covered in turmeric and with different flower garlands and tulasi garlands in Karnataka. And of course this is Mayapur, Ugra Nrsimha. And then finally Radha Raman. So Radha Raman has a direct connection with Ugra Nrsimhadev, or with Nrsimhadev, because the deity appeared actually the day after Chaturdasi. Nrsimha Chaturdasi, the day after Nrsimha Chaturdasi, the deity of Madan Mohan, Radha Raman manifested. Like Nrsimhadev emerged from a pillar, he emerged from a Shalagram Shila. So Radha Raman is a very unique deity. It's a self-manifested deity. Gopal Bhatta Goswami had different shilas he collected in the Kaligandaki, and One of those Shilas on the night of Nrsimha Chaturdasi transformed into Radharaman. So a self-manifested deity. This is again Jagannath in Bharatpur in but let me go right back to Radharaman now. What time is it? Oh, it's already quite late, huh? Okay, actually already darshan time. So we'll hurry up a little bit to finish. Some important darshans that I wanted to show you is this deity, Alanath. Alanath in the near Jagannath Puri. This is one of the places where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu worshipped, and there's also a print of the body of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu right next to this temple. Very, very ancient temple, and it's considered to be non-different from Lord Jagannath. During the time where Jagannath is, resting or recovering from Snan Yatra, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in so much separation that he ran all the way to Alanath. Then we have to show you the deities from Zurich. These are very amazing deities. Srila Prabhupada installed them in Basel originally, before they went to Zurich. This is also an important deity. It's Muktinath, very high up in the Himalayas. And then this deity I should show you. So this is Simhachalam. And this is the deity of Simhachalam. So during the year, usually it's, you can only see Lachandan, but once a year, you can see the actual deity. And just a few more pictures of Radharaman. He also has, he has so many details. You can see his teeth, fingers, everything very detailed. Self-manifested deity. Yes, they say at different times he has different expression also on his face. And this one, Radhalandan Ishvara with Jagannath, it was the very first temple in London with Srila Prabhupada. And here you can see Padmanabha Swami temple, like with these 3 altars, how you see it. And okay. So I'll just show you this picture. These are the deities of Indrajumna Swami. So these deities probably will come in a few days. These are the big deities, but probably the small deities will come in a few days, and we will be able to take darshan. Shri Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Hare Krishna. Simhachalam Dham ki jai. Gauda Bhaktarinda ki jai. Thank you very much. Supposed to be since 10 minutes already, 10 minutes to midnight. 20 minutes to midnight. Darshan, the pujari is moving. Okay, we can get ready.
Hare